Attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. If you've made a test hit and you'd like to make a second one, you can come back up. If you've made a test hit and you'd like to make a second one, you can come back up. We're still just going to try and get a couple more cars down here before we move into our top comp qualifying. So if you made a test hit and you'd like to come back up for a second one, you most definitely can. Please come up to the staging lanes.
So, little test hit to start off day number 1 of Doorwarz 13. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Paul Debris Sr. was absolutely ready to go 009 light. Car kind of wanted to head for the center line, but kept his foot down, drove through it, 848, 156 miles an hour. Giovanni Alaperti. It's almost kind of hard to say that guy's name without putting a little bit of an Italian accent on it, you know? Pretty little white S10, Tower Side. Jim and Jim Racing. Jan Christensen over in the right lane. Well, it could be Jan. Could be somebody else. Christensen's got the full fleet +1 here this weekend. So 2 red lights. Both drivers turn it red, but by just a little bit. Giovanni with an 888, 153 miles an hour. Struggling with that little truck to get it to hook up and behave. Jan Christensen goes 1074, just 108 miles an hour. I think he's probably just looking for 8-mile data, which was a 671 at 114. Rob Getz and Cam Shantz out there now. Cam Shantz in the right lane gets there first. How about 917, 133 miles an hour? Rob Getz goes 1161 at 123 miles an hour. Now Greg Feel. 1969 Opel GT. Kinda. Twin turbo, big block combo. This car has gone as quick as 640 in the quarter mile. 227 miles per hour. Greg will be competing with the Canada West Doorslammers this weekend. No doubt Greg has been struggling a little bit. Trying to get this oval and go down the track. Wow. It was ready to go there. 114.60 foot on the rear wheels. Car was working its way over the center line. Greg making the wise decision to say, no, I want no part of that. We'll make a few more adjustments, come back and try it again. So, you don't need me to tell you we are under some cloudy skies at the moment. And we have gotten reports from safety up at the top end that they are seeing a few drops up there. So we're going to just hold off for a minute. So hard to believe this event going into its 13th year. So you see the tractor heading out to the track surface. Gonna give it a little rub while we remain in a holding pattern. So big weekend on tap here at Mission Raceway Park. Doorwarz 13. Now today is day one, qualifying day, for all of our heads-up classes, as well as top comp and no time index. Tomorrow will look a little bit different. As we will continue qualifying for some of these classes. Doorslammers, as an example, along with Top Fuel Harley. Their race day will be Sunday afternoon. The classes of Pro Mod, Outlaw 275, Limited Street, Top Comp, and No Time Index, they will run eliminations tomorrow. So full weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. So while we are waiting around a little bit, just thought I'd mention the half-track Snack Shack concession stand is open for business. Pro Shop also open, and that's where you would find this year's event t-shirt featuring last year's winners. So, listening to safety on the radio, the chatter sounds pretty positive. We're just going to get the equipment off the track, get the people in position, and we'll pick right up where we left off. Well, we are back. Jason Field going to make a single. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Should be running out to the quarter mile, as he'll be competing with the Doorslammers this weekend. And he literally lights up the tires. Like they didn't even try to hook up. Now a pair rolls up. So Dave Shirk, tower side for Bubba's Speed Shop. Not sure who we've got in the blue Camaro. Tower side. Maybe Jay Graw? So Jason Field was able to make his way off the raised surface. Well, Dave was ready to go 0-12 in the reaction time department. Camaro gets to the top first, or with the quicker number, I should say, 1073. Had that been a heads-up race, Dave Shirk would have got himself a whole shot win with his 1081. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Top Comp, please get ready to go. Top Comp, you're on standby. So again, wasn't necessarily part of the plan for today, but to get some cars down the track beforehand, we have opened up the lanes. 4 test hits for our bracket classes that aren't necessarily running today. We'll also let Doorslammers jump in there soon. The lanes are about to be closed though, so if you were planning on making a hit, you need to get there now. Again, Top Comp, you're on standby. Please be ready to go. Your call coming up momentarily. So now Colton Morin. Solid 18 light to start things off. At the finish line, 799 with a 9, 165 miles an hour. JBS Equipment sponsored. Nova, looks of it, tower side. Gord Hedberg also in a Nova. Both cars are ready to go. 012 and 017 reaction times. The finish line, 878 to a 932. Dragster coming at you in the right lane. Pretty solid looking A to B pass. How about 732, 181 miles an hour. Now a couple of pickup trucks. 78 Datsun over there in the right-hand lane. So had an interesting conversation with Eric Brattain about Datsun and Nissan. Now, I always used to think that it used to be called Datsun, and then they went through a name change and came up with Nissan, but in fact, it's always been Nissan. They only came up with Datsun for the American, or North American rather, market back in the 60s when they first made their way into trying to sell cars over here on this side of the water. So Kevin Garlock rolls up in his Camaro, second gen. Leaves a little bit early, turns it red by 10 thou. And at the quarter mile goes 887, 148 miles an hour. So we want to welcome back Thomas and TVC, Total Venue Concepts, helping us out with track prep here this weekend. These guys are the best in the business, bar none. Kurt Johnson's company, Total Venue Concepts. Alex Eburn, driving the shop truck for Antle Towing. Goes 940, 132. And now Nick Barnhart, his 89 Mustang. Barnhat, left-hand side. Uh-oh. That didn't sound good. Kind of sounded like there was no gear where there should have been one. Now, I'm going to use Nick as an example. This is a situation where you should just pull over and stop the car. You've clearly suffered some kind of situation, we'll call it. Now, it doesn't look like he is, but he could, in fact, be putting fluids down on the track right now, and had he pulled over and stopped, that would have lessened that. Like I said, it appears we're clear, but we're going to use him as an example. Should you find yourself in that situation, please, please, please have the presence of mind to get yourself pulled over out of the groove. Safety will come attend, and if you're, in fact, not putting fluids down and you're capable of getting off track under your own power, that's what we'll get you to do. But it is certainly worthwhile to spend the moment or two to get yourself stopped, pulled over, wait till we give you the okay. So the free test hit is over. I warned you a couple of minutes ago that if you wanted to get in on it, you needed to get there now. The lanes are closed. So the lanes are closed for test cars. Top Comp, you'll remain on standby for just a couple of moments. Your call is coming up here any minute. Here we go. With a pair. Big tire cars. Now Poe Freeborn behind the wheel of his Mustang over there in the right lane, or his Shelby rather. Will almost certainly be running Doorslammers. The same could be true for Dale Jensen. Not sure, though. Could be here to run top comp as well. So Jensen in that very, very cool 1966 Canzo. A blown small block Chevy.
So that we can park the safety truck there.
So neither Dale Jensen or Paul Freeburn able to make a full pull. Check out this Charger. Wow. Steve Morrison in a pretty stock looking kind of car. Like not something you'd expect to go 798, 161 miles an hour. Very, very cool. 119 to the 60 foot. 514 buck 60 at the 8th mile. Cool car. That was Steve Morrison out of Simi Valley, California. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take top comp to lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for top comp, please. Now Cam Chance once again. This time in his 37 Chevy. Well, Chance, I do believe, will be playing with the Canada West Doorslammers here this weekend. So, not a full pull for Camo, 21 to start things off, but he is off the gas and pulled over just past the 8th mile, so safety will attend. So not 100% sure the issues that Cam Chance was experiencing, but he absolutely did the right thing. Got himself stopped, pulled over, out of the groove. Hey, attention down there on the starting line. Bree King. Bree King. Here's a message for you. We need you to move your car. Bree King. Oh, now we're listening. We need you to move your car, please. Your car is in the way.
It's blocking the lanes.
So once again, we have made the call for Top Comp. Top Comp, we need you guys to make your way to lanes 5 and 6. We have closed the lanes for test runs. And with that, we're going to put Pro Mods on standby for Q1. Pro Mods, this is your standby call for Q1. Top Comp, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. So once again, welcome to Doorwarz 13, everybody. Hard to believe this event has been running for 13 years. On one hand, on the other, not hard to believe at all, as we have historically had at least one, in many years, 2 Pro Mod races here at Mission Raceway Park as part of the regular schedule. So one of the cool things about Doorwarz 13 is we've got Larry Pfister on the property once again as part of his Pfister Photo 50th anniversary tour. Larry Pfister of Horsepower Heaven fame. I'm sure we all remember the videos and the great website over the years. So Larry celebrating 50 years this year, has some very cool swag to commemorate this anniversary. Hats, hoodies, t-shirts. Not sure if he's got any actual product with him, but you can certainly get your order in. He's got some cool free decals too. Not sure how many of those are left, but go hit up Larry Pfister, everybody. Hello, Rod. Well, we get the good word from safety that we are clear and ready to go once again. So speaking of anniversaries, Terry Langdon Davies in his black and purple Willys, left side of the racetrack, was celebrating his 55th year in drag racing last year, so he's now racing in his 56th year. Pretty cool. Nice looking run for Terry, 8:15, 161 miles an hour. Again, we'll make the call for Top Comp. Top Comp, you guys need to be in lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Top Comp, please. So I do believe we've got Aiden Katnick in the little Mustang. Single turbo deal. I think if you go back, well, not very long ago, maybe 2 weeks back, this thing was down to the frame rails. So the Katnick family making use of Nick Duda's tuning services. So it looks like they've still got a little sorting out to do on the Mustang. I am absolutely certain they'll get it to where it needs to be. So it looks like we are done with the surprise free test session, and we roll in to Q1 for Top Comp. Aaron Young behind the wheel of the dragster, tower side. So Top Comp, if you're not familiar with this class, well, it's essentially what existed prior to Top Comp to Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Top Comp was an NHRA class, essentially like Super Pro for fast cars. All electronics are allowed. Kind of run what you run, put a dial on it. However, you've got to run at least, I believe we've got it set for 550 in the 8th mile. So as an NHRA class, it grew to a size that necessitated a split, where they split up door cars from dragsters. So I'm going to tell you, Aaron Young was absolutely ready to go. 009 on the tree, then 514 at 133 miles an hour. Trevor Kinsey struggling for traction, to say the very least. Was 033, then went 696 at 120 miles an hour. So eventually got the 71 Chevelle to get hooked up. Now a couple of dragsters, Jan Christensen and Emily Gerard. Emily Gerard, right-hand lane for SP Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Where's Just Mechanical? Will be bringing us our box and no box bracket classes this weekend. Christensen leaves a little early, 032 red. Emily Gerard, green, but 052. Christensen goes 454. Emily Gerard, 482. Now Rod Leclerc and James Kennedy, a couple of regular runners with the Canada West Doorslammers series. I'm sure they'll be competing with them as well as running top comp here at Doorwarz 13. So as mentioned, Rod Leclerc and James Kennedy, a couple of regular runners with the Doorslammers and high qualifiers. Wow. Leclerc just kind of leaves on nothing, but gets a full pull. Went 432 at 164 miles an hour. Now he might have been waiting for his pro tree and just left when he saw the first bit of yellow, but top comp, of course, will be contested on a sportsman tree, 5/10. So if Leclerc does not have the delay box wired in, he's going to want to get on that. So James Kennedy goes 487 at 115 on and off the gas numerous times. Now Andy Hatton and Adam DeYoung. Couple of Camaros, first gens. Adam with the better light, 004 to Andy's very solid 011. The finish line, Adam DeYoung getting there a little ahead, 526 to a 530. So we got another pair in the water. Emma Debris Cruz over there in the right lane. So Dale Phillips, tower side. Gives up on the run very early, having some issues with the Mustang. Emma. Nice 535, 128 mile an hour pass. She was 021 up front, nice and solid. So here's our winner from 2 weekends ago, Greg Dowdy. Scored his first Wally. How cool is that? 2 weekends ago at the Northwest National Open here at Mission. And now Brody Soares. Brody Soares from Terrace, BC. Cool looking Cavalier tower side. So it looked like Brody Soares was off the gas well ahead of the 8th mile. Of Crosses at 5:45, just 101 miles per hour. Greg Doughty goes 5 seconds exactly. Now Jeremy Soares. Gonna line up with Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy in the right lane. In his Firebird, regular runner with the Doorslammers. Did take part in the top comp class 2 weekends ago at the National Open. And went some rounds, if I recall. Jeremy Soares, Tower Side. So Jeremy Soares, last year's winner in top comp. So Kenworthy's car making a big move over towards the wall in the right-hand lane. He decides, no, that's enough for me, gets out of it. Jeremy Soares goes A to B, 495, 144 miles an hour. And now Paul Soares in a 55 Chevy. Cool looking little shoebox Chevrolet, Tower Side, Paul Soares. And Logan Bell, the dragster. Logan would like to thank Comox Valley Excavating. Dragster leads the way, puts 452 up there on the Lordco side reader board, 153 miles an hour. Paul Soares, a solid 475, 147 mile an hour pass. Hey, you want to buy a dragster? I know where there's one for sale. How about TCS side of the racetrack? Colton Morin's dragster is for sale. Matt Marshall from Hazelton, BC. The 1970 Nova. Whoa. And it not wanting to behave on the starting line, takes a hard right turn. Matt forced to pedal the car. The result is a 587 at just 112 miles an hour. Decided to give up and coast across the finish line. Colton Morin, how about 504, 135? So we're going to go ahead and give ProMods a standby call. ProMods, this is your standby call. ProMods, please get ready to go. We're going to do some track prep. Should be about 15 minutes or so once we've let this final car in Top Comp go down the track. And following that, it's going to be round one of ProMods. Once again, ProMods, this is your standby call. Scott Robinson rolls up in the Rad Torque System sponsored Chevrolet Beretta. .90 seconds, 142 miles an hour for Scott Robinson. And that will officially put a wrap on round one of qualifying for Top Comp here at Doorwarz 13. So I do see we have a little spattering of race fans in the grandstands over there on the parking lot side of the track. Just a little reminder for you. You are more than welcome to make your way over to this side of the racetrack. That's what the pedestrian bridge is for over the starting line. It's kind of cool over here. Check out all the race cars in the pits. If you got any questions, I'm sure people would be more than happy to answer them for you. Good eats, as the concession stand is open for business. It's also where you'd get your event t-shirt or maybe some other swag or collectible item. Now, this year's event t-shirt for Doorwarz 13 features all three of last year's heads-up class winners. To be more specific, features 3 Mustangs. That's right, a Mustang was in the winner's circle of Pro Mod, X275, and Limited Street. And not that this should be surprising, but we'll just throw in that all 3 of those Mustangs are actually Ford-powered. Mustangs are pretty popular people. A lot of people like to use that for the base of their race car program. And then go ahead and stick a Chevy engine in it, which I'm sure the faithful Ford lovers are not at all impressed with. So for their sake, just thought I would point that out, that not only was it an all Mustang affair in the winner's circle last year, all 3 of them were Ford-powered Mustangs. Again, want to welcome back Thomas, TVC, Total Venue Concepts, helping us out with the track prep here this weekend for Doorwarz 13, the absolute best in the business. So if you're checking us out on the live stream, welcome to Doorwarz 13. We're quite happy to have you tuned in. Now, the only thing better than tuning in on the live stream would be being here in person. So a little bit of hand scraping going on down there at the starting line, or, well, a little beyond the starting line. I'm going to say the first 100 feet or so. This will be, of course, in an attempt to make the starting line all that it can be as we roll into round one of qualifying for Pro Mods here at Doorwarz 13. No. So once again, welcome to everybody tuned into the live feed. Valley Tech Productions on board with us this weekend, bringing you the live feed. Not to blow our own horn too loudly, but I gotta say, Mission Raceway Park puts together some of the best live feeds out there. And Very happy to have Valley Tech Productions on board with us once again. Also, Still Real will be back with us again for Doorwarz 13. Bringing us the coolest drone shots you're going to find anywhere. So again, we've got Pro Mods on standby for their first round of qualifying. TVC, along with the Mission Raceway crew, easy for me to say, working hard out there, getting the track to where it needs to be before we roll into said first round of Pro Mods. Hey, Larry. You got any swag here or just taking orders? So, as I mentioned before, get your Fister Photo 50th Anniversary Tour swag. Larry will take your orders. He does not have anything here, but very cool t-shirts. I managed to get one of those. He's got hats, hoodies. All the options are there. Go see Larry. So thanks to the crew once again. Thomas from TVC, along with the staff here at Mission Raceway. All the hard work that goes into preparing a track surface for an event like this. We want it to be all that it can be. So once again, just a little reminder, everybody. The Half Track Snack Shack concession stand here at Mission Raceway Park is open for business. They've got lunch on for you. Located right next door to the Pro Shop. That's where you would find this this weekend's event t-shirt. So listen up, Pro Mods. You are moments away from your call to the lanes. Well, I lied a little bit. You were like less than a moment away because I'm going to go ahead and make the call right now. Pro Mods, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Mods, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Hey, Kevin, just make you aware, we got two X275 cars in the lanes. They're sitting there in lane 4.
No, they should be over in lane 5. Hard to tell, but yeah, they wanted to watch Pro Mod. I was like, why are you guys coming down already? They're like, we're with Pro Mod. We're after them. Okay. Yeah, they're sitting in lane 5. I got one back in lane 4, but there's not the room for Pro Mod.
Oh, my mistake. They are in lane 5. So again, we have made the call for Pro Mods. Pro Mods will take Pro Mods in lanes 3 and 4. So it looks like we have finished up scraping. We have finished up spraying. Mission Raceway Park Race Director Wally DePerrin behind the wheel of the tractor, just giving things a little rub over there, Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Now we have made the call for Pro Mods to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1 of qualifying. Total Performance Racing ready to go. First in line. So I was mentioning all 3 of last year's winners were Ford Mustangs, and all 3 of them were Ford powered. Well, that's not that big of a deal until you get to the Pro Mod Ford powered Mustang. That's a little bit of a rarity. Garrett Richards Mustang, powered by a Walt Austin Racing Ford Hemi. Oh, Brian out there with the sprayer, clipping along at a pretty good rate of speed, putting a nice thin layer on there. Now again, we apologize for the delay, but not really. Because we're not going to apologize for doing everything we can to make the surface all that it can be. Now the weather is right to produce some stellar numbers here on day one of Doorwarz 13. And that is absolutely the plan. So it looks like that'll be the final drag over there in the right lane. Now Brian's going to make a quick pass with the sprayer. Rotator heading out to the TCS lane, left side. To say the very least, Mission Raceway Park is a well-equipped track. The rotator that you see out there right now is a fairly new addition to the fleet here at Mission Raceway. Came on board last year. So we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. So the reality is we simply could not do what we do here at Mission Raceway without all of our great supporters. Some of those at the top of the list. So as I was saying, some of our biggest supporters here at Mission Raceway Park, like JBS Equipment. JBS Equipment, local company right here in Mission, sponsoring all of the regular bracket action here at Mission Raceway. Hey, you're looking for a tough, reliable farm equipment that works as hard as you do? Look no further than JBS Equipment. In high-performance manure spreaders to custom forage solutions, JBS builds equipment that stands up to the demands of real farming. Whether you're managing a small dairy or large operation, JBS has the innovation, service, and support you need right here in the Fraser Valley. Visit jbs.com or stop by their shop in Abbotsford. JBS Equipment, built for farmers, built to last. Now, I gotta say, I'm reading from a sponsor book, and I'm not going to argue. Maybe JBS Equipment does have a facility in Abbotsford, but I know their main shop is located right here in Mission. Of course, we can't forget Lordco Auto Parts. Lordco Auto Parts, a long time supporter of what we do here at Mission. From Vancouver to Vernon, Kelowna to Kitimat, wherever you drive in BC, Lordco Auto Parts is just down the road. With over 90 stores across BC and Alberta, we've got the parts, tools, and accessories to keep your car, truck, or RV running right. Whether you're a backyard mechanic or a pro in the shop, Lordco's expert staff and huge inventory mean you'll find exactly what you need fast. Lordco Auto Parts, proudly BC, always stocked, always local. And if you are a new racer here to Mission Raceway Park, just want to let you know, Lordco Auto Parts has got you covered right here. They are literally across the street. So we are just about ready to pull the equipment off the track and replace it with Pro Mods. And with that, I'm going to make a final call for Pro Mods. Pro Mods, this is your final call. You guys should be in the lanes. One more time, Pro Mods, this is your final call for Q1. Well, here we go. Round number 1 of qualifying for Pro Mod here at the Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Round 1 of qualifying. Doorwarz 13. Hey, listen up out in the pits. I know some of you are already there. X275, X275. This is your call to the lanes. X275 to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for X275. And we'll also make the call for Limited Street. Limited Street. Limited Street to lanes 1 and 2. So X275 to lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street to lanes 1 and 2. So Ryan Griffin and Garrett Richards gonna make up our open pairing. Couple of Ford Mustangs. Garrett Richards in the Shelby. I was talking about his combo a little earlier. The Walt Austin Racing Ford Hemi over there in the right lane. Last year's winner. 3 times Doorwarz champ. Also, finished number 1 with the West Coast Pro Mods last year. Total Performance Racing in the right lane at Tacoma, Washington. Garrett Richards. Tower side, Ryan Griffin out of Olympia, Washington. For Airport Glass and DRG Fencing. Pro Charger setup in the left lane. So Garrett Richards with a whole bunch of tire shake over there in the right lane. Tried to drive through it, ultimately had to give up on it. Both cars sub 1 second to the 60-foot mark. Then both running into shake and ultimately having to get off the loud pedal well before the 8th mile mark. There's your first pair. So Garrett Richards, 0.965 to the 60-foot mark. Ryan Griffin just barely kept it under the 1 second mark to the 60. He's 0.999. So we have cleared the cars off the top end. Race director Wally DeParron giving our next pair the go-ahead to fire their cars. This next pairing will feature Turbo versus Blower. Turbo in the left lane, Nick Duda. For Performance World. Nick Duda, Tower Lane. Sporting just 393 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet. Couple of turbos for motivation. And Jake Skokolis in the right-hand lane. Skokolis out of Surrey, BC in that 2017 Corvette. Dakota Jake. It's his nickname because he used to drive a Dodge Dakota. Picked up this Corvette, well, about 3 years ago now. Roots blown Hemi in the right lane, twin turbo in the left. So Nick Duda forced to pedal it at least once just after the 330 foot mark. Still manages a 4:08 at 187 miles an hour in the left lane. He was sub 60 foot, or sub 1 second 60 foot rather, with a .998. Looked like it was starting to develop some shake. Skockless in the right lane. Was off the power early. To say around the 330 foot mark. Was 104 to the 60, 282 to the 330, and then just 481 at 110 miles an hour at the 8th mile finish line. So with the track being clear, next two cars get the fire up signal. Dave Mendez coming up left side. Very cool Challenger in the tower lane. Twin turbo Noonan combination between the frame rails. Turbos both sides of the racetrack, as a matter of fact. Dale Peterson in the right lane. So Dave Mendez, tower side. Dale Peterson, Lordco side. Mendez gets a full pull, has to do some driving to do it. How's 4:07, 187 miles an hour. Peterson off the throttle quite early. Before 330 foot, he was 1:01 to the 60 foot mark. Then coasts across the finish line at 5:94 and 80 miles an hour. So I think Dave Mendez is our #1 qualifier so far with that 4:07, 187 mile an hour pass.
Copy. Just waiting for another car to pull around under the bridge here.
So I do believe we've got another pair coming up for you. It's going to be Ryan Hayward and Dave Kowalski. So Ryan Hayward coming up left side of the racetrack. Wow, has this guy made his presence known in the world of Pro Mod in 2025. Started off 2025 making the trip right across the country to Florida to go compete in the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. Did exactly that, showed up, qualified #4. Ran in the 350s in a brand new car that was basically making its debut at that event. If you're not familiar with it, the Drag Illustrated Winter Series was a 3-race series, all 3 races taking place at Bradenton Motorsports Park in Florida. Ryan went down there and competed in races 2 and 3 of the 3-race series. Qualified very well in both of the races, made it to 4 cars in one, and bowed out in the second round of the other. Then made a little stop at Extreme Motorsports Park in Texas to run a little race there on the way home, because, well, why wouldn't you? And I do believe he finished semi-final there, made it down to 4 cars. Since then, he's attended 2 West Coast Grudge events closer to home, one in Spokane, the other in Seattle. And just for good measure, won both of those. So Ryan Hayward off to a very strong start here in 2025. No doubt he'd like to keep the streak going and be the last man standing tomorrow night. But before we talk about tomorrow, we got today. Round 1 of qualifying, Pro Mod. Next pair just about ready to get fired up and come at you. Again, it's going to be Ryan Hayward in the left lane, Dave Kowalski in the right lane. Dave Kowalski for Decal Ventures in the red Corvette. We have fire in the right lane. So Dave Kowalski's got the burnout done. He's backing up. Here comes Hayward to light up the tires. Ryan Hayward put a little bit of heat in the slicks. We'll get the Camaro backed up. So both cars got the burnouts taken care of. Hayward up near the starting line. Crew just doing the final check on the wheelie bar height. Here we go. Top bulbs lit, both lanes. Ryan Hayward at the finish line. How about 373, 212 miles an hour, just like that. Easy peasy. Dave Kowalski with a strong 414, 163 mile an hour pass in the right lane. Did not get it all, was hoping for more, I'm sure. Had an excellent 60-foot at .936. Hayward was .950. The big number at 330 feet. Hayward was 253 and on his way to his 373, 212 mile an hour pass through the 8th mile. So Ryan Hayward, our #1 qualifier by quite a margin. Now, we'll certainly be looking for the rest of the field to be doing a little catching up here as we go through the rounds of qualifying. But Ryan Hayward, only one so far to run in the 3-second zone. And he is there with a 3.734 run at 212.97. So congrats going out to Hayward and crew. Code Blue at the top of the chart. So that is going to do it for round number 1 of qualifying for Pro Mod. Next up will be X275. So once again, in an effort to make the track surface all that it can be, we are going to take a little bit of time, just a little bit, and touch it up. Should be 10 minutes or so, not much more than that. Our X275 cars are in the lanes. If they're not, it's where they need to be. X275, you guys should be in 5 and 6. Limited Street, you guys should be in lanes 1 and 2. So we've got our X275 cars in the lanes ready to go for their first round of qualifying. Limited Street is also in the lanes, ready to follow right behind them. And there we see the last piece of equipment coming off the track. That means we are ready to go. First pair of X275 cars will be coming around the corner momentarily. And I'll give you a little bit of a heads up. One of them is last year's winner, Justin Gallant. Here we go, first pair. So lots of turbo combinations in this class. And we've got two of them to get ourselves started. Jordan Brandon coming up tower side out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. This 2000 Camaro he calls side money. Wants to thank Milron Truck Body, Horsepower Solutions for Team North. Justin Gallant behind the wheel of Lil Bruiser. This little 85 Mustang with a small block Ford and some off-the-shelf Edelbrock heads. Hurts a lot of feelings. Single turbo combination tuned by Nick Duda. Duda gets a lot out of this small block Ford combination. Justin Gallant, last year's winner in the right-hand lane. Wow, that was looking like a really good side-by-side pair. Gallant forced to get out of it. Jordan Brandon. Wow, check this out. 435 at a $169, and up front he was 006. Absolutely mowed down the tree. Takes the #1 qualifying spot for the time being. Well, if you're outside, you probably know what I'm going to say next. Strangely, there seemingly is a little bit of water falling from the sky. So we're going to shut things off momentarily. I'm quite sure that it will be just momentarily. Of course, safety is always going to be the #1 priority. Providing racers with a nice, clean, grippy dry track is always going to be the goal here at Mission Raceway Park. So we did have Bray King along with Parm Jawanda ready to go. They got the burnouts done. Unfortunately, that's when the radio chatter started to light up with all kinds of bad news. Good news is it's very light. Hopefully won't keep us down for more than a minute or two. In the meantime, see the tractor heading back out onto the surface. Gonna do what they can to maintain it. Once again, shout out to Thomas and the crew at TVC, Total Venue Concepts, for being a part of Doorwarz 13. Gonna help us out with track prep here all weekend long. So we're not quite out of the woods yet. I, however, am going to remain optimistic and stand by my earlier statement that hopefully we won't be more than a few moments. So I'll just remind you once again, concession stand is open for business. They've got burgers, all kinds of great stuff. They're over there waiting for you. And, of course, the concession stand's located right next door to the Pro Shop, where you'll find all kinds of very cool Mission Raceway Park and NHRA memorabilia. And that would include this weekend's event t-shirt. So we have given the teams the option, anyway, to head back to their pits. I, however, will remain much more optimistic than that. I think they're wasting their time. They're going to get there and just have to turn right around to come back up to the lanes. But that's just me.
Just giving them the good luck.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
Our story is one worth sharing. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
Hey, listen up, 275, specifically those cars that went back to your pits. What did I tell you was going to happen? Well, that's happening now. 275, we need you back in the lanes. 275, we need you back in the lanes. All 275 cars that have not yet made a trip down the racetrack, this is your call back to the staging lanes. Limited cars as well. If you were in the lanes and headed back to your pits for the weather delay, well, we are nearing the end of that, so we need you back here in the staging lanes, please. Thank you. So we have made the call for our X275 and limited street cars to make their way back to the staging lanes. Hopefully, we'll be sending cars down the track once again very soon. So, folks, once again, we certainly appreciate your patience. We are looking good. It's not my call to make, but I'm going to say we're going to be back on track here momentarily. All right, we have given the drivers the signal to go get themselves belted back into the cars. We're going to pick up where we left off. Round 1 of qualifying in X275. Next pair rolling into the water. And we are back. X275 qualifying round number 1. Bray King and Parm Jawanda in the right lane, behind the wheel of Night Shift. Bray King, tower side. Beautiful looking 2000 Mustang. Wants to thank Milron Truck Bodies, TNT Turbos, Horsepower Solutions, Kinsey Fabrication, King's Welding, and Summit Auto Parts. Pre-stage bulbs lit both sides. Start building up some boost. Nice side-by-side full pulls. Parm Jawanda goes 454, 161 miles an hour. Beautiful looking pass over there in the right lane. Braking with a 479 at 152. So next pair now. Got the burnouts done, Bob Cook and John Cuglietta. Bob Cook. Behind the wheel, that 1993 F-150. Cuglietta, tower side behind the wheel of Balboa. Couple of Albertans, Bob Cook in the white pickup truck out of Lloydminster, Alberta, while John Cuglietta hails from Parkland, Alberta. Bob Cook got the pre-stage bulb lit, patiently waiting. Pre-stage bulbs lit both sides. Bob Cook rolls in. Cuglietta gonna build a little boost. Well, that didn't go well for anybody. So Bob Cook experiencing some issues over there in the right lane. Truck didn't want to go anywhere when the tree dropped. Believe it shut off, got it refired. Went to make a pull. Got out there about 80 feet or so and unloaded the tires. The West Coast Grudge event a couple of weekends back at Pacific Raceways. Featured Justin Gallant along with this guy, Chris Gould, in the final round. Gould, behind the wheel of Predator. Absolutely wicked looking 2017 Camaro, Chris Gould. Another Albertan out of Spruce Grove. Boost is built. Gould unloads the tires about 20 feet out. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call. We'll get top comp rolling. Top comp, please report to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for top comp, please. Top comp, come on down to the staging lanes. So Tyler Stamler and Jason Gagnon. Gagnon. Not in his 1968 Nova. He is, however, in a Nova. It's just a first gen, black and white over there in the right lane. Stamler, Tower Side, in Mini-Me. Wants to thank On Point along with Gen 3 Speed. Jason Gagnon, also working with Gen 3 Speed this weekend. Also like to thank JS Power Sports. So Stamler made it a ways out there before kicking loose the rear tires. It was a 115 to the 60 foot. Gagnon went up in smoke instantly. So two more for you, a couple more Mustangs. Justin Collin and Eric McCarthy. Eric McCarthy in the right lane out of Spokane, Washington. Justin Collin in the TCS lane, left side, out of Airdrie, Alberta. Another racer who wants to thank On Point Performance along with Gen 3 Speed. NHRA Pro Mod World Champion. Jordy Lazick down there helping out. Justin Collins' lane. Once again, both cars losing traction. McCarthy makes it a little further out there. Not sure what happened to Justin Collin. He kicked it out of the beams before the tree was activated, so no numbers. Not that they would have been worth anything anyway. So it looks like both cars are going to make it to the exit under their own power. Safety's going to just have a quick peek at the surface. We're getting reports of maybe some parts and pieces out there. Rolling right along here in X275, Mandy Brooks now. We'll be making a single pass left side of the racetrack in the TCS lane. This 81 Chevrolet Malibu. Ken Sahoda's old car. Sahoda still very much involved in this program. Also, shout out to Diversified Metalworks, Rob Gazzaroni. So what appears to be an extremely long purge. Rolled up here with a little bit of excess bottle pressure, we'll say. So another car, too much, too early. Here comes Jeff Whitworth. Whitworth. They had to do some thrashing on this little Mustang as he ripped the anti-roll bar out of the thing. Not sure how much damage was done, but I know some parts of it had to be refabricated, if we can use that word. So once again, the racing community kind of coming together, as it does whenever anyone is in need of some help. Just about to say Whitworth gets well past the 60-foot mark with no tire spin or shake, but car was moving to the center line, so he wisely got out of it. So it looks like we've got a little series of single runners left side of the racetrack once again. This time Daniel Rodriguez, former Doorwarz champion. Daniel Rodriguez has competed in all 13 Doorwarz. With the last 12, including this one, the class of X275. The one and only time he did not compete in X275, he was in open comp. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top comp, top comp. This is another call for top comp. Top comp, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6 if you're not already there, and we'll go ahead and make the call for no time index to lanes 1 and 2. No time index. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. No time index to 1 and 2. Top comp to 5 and 6. So Rodriguez could not find any traction. I'm going to say he got out there less than 5 feet before the Mickeys gave up. So Max Nielsen, going to be a single left side of the racetrack as we go from X275 into Limited 275. Max Nielsen, former Doorwarz champion in this Limited 275 class. out of Sturgeon, Alberta. 97 Mustang you see down there on the starting line. Screen's telling me just 281 cubic inches. I'm not so sure about that. Looking good. Nice clean A to B pass. How about 514, 136 miles an hour? That is a solid pass in limited 275. In fact, just a few years back, those numbers weren't even really in the realm of possibility. This is a class that advanced quickly. Now up Josh Hendrick. I guess he found himself some wheel studs. Had a little bit of an incident yesterday. Looks like damage was kept to a minimum. At the end of the day, if that's all you got to fix, that's pretty easy. So Josh Hendrick. The complete utility Mustang, left side. Brad Thomas in the right lane. Thomas lights up the tires. Josh Hendrick on a pass. So Thomas has the horsepower to come back and actually get to the finish line first. Both cars obviously struggling early as they both 60-footed in the 1-6 zone. So Brad Thomas on the sheet with a 573. Josh Hendrick on the sheet with a 612. So no time index, we're looking for no time index in lanes 1 and 2. No time index, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. So Matt Black now in a 1994 Jeep Cherokee. Who would have ever thunk it? Tej Sangha with a nice run left side of the racetrack. How about 522, buck 33. Nice solid looking pass, 121 to the 60-foot. Matt Black with, well, what we'll refer to as a underperforming 674. Last year's champ coming up, right-hand side of the racetrack. Vanessa Richards with a little help from her friends at Gen 3 Speed. Matt Robert, left side of the racetrack from Airdrie, Alberta. So top comp, you guys should absolutely be in lanes 5 and 6. No time index, we're looking for you guys in lanes 1 and 2. No time index, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. And we'll go ahead and give a standby call to the Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your standby call. Please start getting ready to go. So Vanessa Richards over there in the right-hand lane wants to thank Gen 3 Speed, Mom, Dad, and Trevor, Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, Fletcher Green, Jim Clipperton, Crank Fabrication, and Kelowna Chevy. Matt Robert, Towerside, the S10 pickup, wants to thank Archon Solutions. So last year's champion in the right-hand lane. Got the nitrous system purged down to an acceptable pressure. Vanessa's going A to B. 548, 124 miles an hour. Good way to start the weekend off. Matt Robert with a very solid 552 at 134. Now Josh Collin. So Josh Collin, 1986 Mercury wagon for on-point performance. Mike Kenworthy and Adam DeYoung now. A couple of Doorslammer regulars competing here in Top Comp this weekend. They'll also be in Doorslammers as well. Kenworthy left side. 1992 Firebird. Adam DeYoung right side. 67 Camaro for Artex Racing. So Adam DeYoung gets away clean. 007 red, but after that he was good. 115 to the 60-foot. Kenworthy, oddly, just like lit up the rear tires. Not sure what happened there. So we'll make an absolute final call for No Time Index to lanes 1 and 2. No Time Index. You got to be in lanes 1 and 2. Doorslammers, you guys need to be ready to go. Your call coming up here momentarily. Next pair at Top Comp. Got the burnouts done. Scott Robinson electing to burn out beyond the starting line. So Matt Marshall holding off just a little bit till Robinson gets back. Scott Robinson, tower side in the TCS lane. For Rad Torque Systems. Along with JS Speed, Postma Farms, Lordco, and Rad Torque. Well, Matt Marshall, 1970 Nova. For West Fraser Concrete, Terrace Ready Mix, Napa in Houston, Valkyrie Transport. So Scotty was ready to go. 008 on the tree, then 489 through the top end, 142 miles an hour at the 8th mile mark. Matt Marshall, 547 with a 0 at 124 miles an hour. Now Trevor Kinsey. 71 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. An Emma Debris Coos. Tower side, the rear engine dragster. With a little help from B&D lift trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, and Bowtie Ventures. So Kinsey with some issues to sort out on the starting line. Spun, hook, spun again. Emma with a fairly straightforward looking 541 at 127 miles an hour. So that was Andy Hatton along with Jeremy Soares. Soares goes 460 at 148 miles an hour in the dragster. Andy Hatton in the Camaro goes 528 at 129. That's going to bring up a pair of dragsters. Logan Bell and Emily Gerard. Emily Gerard in the black dragster over there, right lane, wants to thank Rad Torque Systems. And Logan Bell, Tower side, gorgeous dragster out of Courtenay, BC. Wants to thank Comox Valley Excavating. Logan Bell's car, a little bit of tire shake that he drove through. Gets to the finish line first, stops the clocks in 4.506 seconds, doing 154 miles an hour. Emily in the right lane went 476 at 144 miles an hour. Now Aaron Young lines up beside Jan Christensen. Two more dragsters. Aaron Young ready to go double 04 in the reaction time department, then goes 512 at 133 miles an hour. Jan Christensen with a 452, 151 mile an hour pass. So absolute final call for No Time Index. Final call for No Time Index to lanes 1 and 2. We'll go ahead and make the call now for Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers will take you in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Once again, Canada West Doorslammers bring them down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And lets everybody do their part to not plug things up at the back. Doorslammers, we've given you 4 lanes. You ought to be able to make it work. No idea what happened to Mike Lucas down there. Colton Morin, pretty solid A to B run, goes 0-11 on the tree, then 5-05 at 135 miles an hour in the right lane. So now Brody and Paul Soares. We don't see a whole lot of Brody Soares here. We do see a lot of Paul Soares, but typically not in this 55 Chevrolet. Father and son side by side. Dad's in the Chevrolet in the right-hand lane. 2 thousandths of a second away from being perfect, but instead was red. Paul Soares, 474, 145 miles an hour in the right lane. Brody Soares, 504, 141 miles an hour in the left lane. And that's going to bring up James Kennedy. James Kennedy, this 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. James Kennedy, a regular competitor with the Canada West Doorslammers Association. Wow, Kennedy with a pretty wild-looking launch. Car wanting to make its way to the left. Kennedy hanging with it as long as he could. So qualifying round number 1 coming up. No time index. We're going to start things off. Oh, never mind. I was going to say we're starting off with father and son, but wrong father over there on the right-hand lane. So Tyler Smith, fresh out of Junior Street. This is his first event, running on his own. Tyler Smith, left-hand lane, 68 Chevelle for Maximum Collision, Car Star, and Carl Jameson. Now I'm going to have to continuously remind myself to not speak of any numbers. Gord Hidber. Okay. 3 times. Possibly enough. And Dave Shirk. Dave Shirk in the right lane. Hidber in the left lane. Well, hate to have to tell you this, but we are going to go into a holding pattern once again. Now, being under cloud cover makes for potentially some awesome numbers. The downside to it is occasionally the clouds like to, well, drop a little water our way. And at the first sign of that, we stop racing in the name of safety. So that's where we are right now. So the good news is concession stand is open for business. They're over there waiting for you. Might be a little early for dinner, but not necessarily. You could go have a nappy. How's that? Event t-shirt, along with a lot of other cool stuff available in the pro shop.
Oh, attention out there in the pits. Attention out there in the pits. This is for all the racers and or crew people. This is important here, so listen up. If you are driving a golf cart, you cannot park it in front of the tower right by the starting line unless you are actually towing a vehicle up. Okay, so we will turn you away. If you choose to try and come down there with your golf cart and park in front of the tower, we will turn you away. You can park your golf cart behind the tower where the rest of the golf carts go in the big gravel golf cart parking area. And then you can walk around and up to the starting line. But if you choose to drive your golf cart around, we will turn you away as we have way too many golf carts down on the starting line and it creates an issue. So please don't get mad at me when I tell you to move your golf cart because that's the way it goes.
So I guess it depends on where you're standing out there, but for the most part, the weather reports that we're hearing up here in the tower are looking pretty good, so should not be too much longer before we get back to sending cars down the track.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in the factory, built for the road.
Our story is one worth sharing. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
So once again, we certainly appreciate everybody's patience while we let this weather situation take care of itself. So we've got our no time index cars, or what's left of them, still in the lanes. Along with them, Canada West Doorslammers for their first qualifier. So not quite official yet, but from the chatter I'm hearing over the radio, I think we are going to see the equipment make its way off the race surface. We'll get back to the action very soon. So here we go, back to no time index. So Reese Piccarello, Ryan Ladre. Couple of straightforward looking runs. out to the 8th mile. So Ryan did a whole bunch of work to that car recently. Got it back together just the other night. Good to see him get down the track.
Yeah, I'll be here in a second.
I don't know if anybody's in the trailer, but the start cancel.
Copy that, got a pair for you.
Scott Kalanichuk, Jason Gibson. Gibson in the right lane. Couple of 1991 Mustangs. Four balls lit. Wow, Gibson. Scraping the back bumper, I am pretty sure. Had to put it down hard. Another pair coming at you. A couple of Chevrolets. Ernie DeMarco in the right lane. 1970 Nova. Steve Sheffer, the 69 Firebird, left lane. So my mistake. Said a couple of Chevrolets. It was one Chevrolet and a Pontiac. So two more. Sean Martin and Jay Graw. Jay Graw, blue Camaro, right-hand lane. Jay Graw rolls up there, lights the pre-stage bulb. Now Martin rolling up there in the Pontiac that he likes to call baby on board. So again, Jay Graw in the right lane, Sean Martin in the left. Staying out. He's going to line up with Jan Christensen. Christensen in the Camaro, right lane. So it looked like Bobby Ehlers was out comes the rotator. So just about ready to send the first pair of Doorslammers around the corner. Not to what?
We're getting rad torch systems this weekend. You might actually be here tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So the Canada West Doorslammers brought to us in 2025 by Associated Tire and Auto. They're the title sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammers in 2025. Canada West Doorslammers would also like to thank Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. So I do hear race cars getting themselves warmed up again in the staging lanes. Just a moment or two away from seeing the first pair come around the corner. Still have the rotator out there, but I do believe we're going to see him exit the track. That rotator, one of the newest pieces of equipment here at Mission Raceway Park. As I mentioned before, Mission Raceway, a very well equipped track. So Tristan Mechanical. Tristan Mechanical, longtime supporter of what we do here at Mission Raceway Park. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing. When all three need to work flawlessly, there's one name to trust, and that is Tristan Mechanical. With over 20 years of experience and a reputation for precision, we deliver integrated building solutions for commercial, residential, and institutional projects across BC. Efficient, scalable, and reliable. That's Tristan Mechanical. Learn more at atristan.com. So also want to thank Vancouver Car Wraps. A huge shout out to Vancouver Car Wraps for their support of Mission Raceway Park. From race-ready designs to custom commercial wraps, they know how to make vehicles stand out on and off the track. Thanks for helping us keep things bold, eye-catching, and full throttle at every event. Also, National Tire Wholesale. We're proud to have National Tire Wholesale as a valued partner at Mission Raceway. Their commitment to keeping drivers equipped with quality tires and trusted brands supports not only the racing world, but everyone who lives life in the fast lane. Thanks, National Tire Wholesale, for keeping BC rolling. And of course, Rad Torque Systems. Big thank you to Rad Torque Systems for powering performance at Mission Raceway. A BC-based global leader in torque technology, Rad brings precision, strength, and innovation to industries and now to the track. We're grateful for your support and local motor sports and engineering excellence. So again, just listening to the radio chatter. You know, we're hearing mixed reports. Top end will be saying no drops of any kind for the last 5 minutes. However, mid-track will still be reporting some. Then mid-track will be reporting dry, and starting line will see a couple of drops, and well, then on and on and on. You know how this goes. But at this point, I believe they're going to give the drivers at the front of the line about a 10-minute heads up to start getting ready, start getting back in the cars as we anticipate getting back to the action here very soon. Well, the tractors have made their way off the track. Safety is getting back into position. I hear race cars running down there at the front of staging. So here we go, first pair. Canada West Doorslammers. Brought to us by Associated Tire. Zach Joyce and Dave Ward make up our first pairing. Zach Joyce, tower side of the racetrack, or TCS lane if you rather. A 1948 Austin. With a blown 512 cubic inch big block Chevrolet between the frame rails. So Zach. TCS side of the racetrack. Dave Warren in the Lordco lane, or right-hand side of the racetrack. Warren in the Blue Max, 1962 Chevrolet Bel Air. 632 cubic inches between the frame rails. Now, Canada West Doorslammers run to the quarter mile throughout qualifying. So Zach Joyce was out in front early. Warren had some issues right off the line, then recovered. And ends up going down track to the tune of an 880 at 165. Now, I was talking about how Doorslammers qualify. Well, the quicker you go, the higher you qualify. But when it comes to Sunday or Eliminations Day, you're going to have to dial at least 870. You also got to run 870 through qualifying in order to get on the qualifying sheet. So in our first pairing, made up of Zach Joyce and Dave Warren, neither of those guys are going to be on the qualifying sheet, as they did not go 870 or quicker. Now Mike Kenworthy and Darren Buick. Buick in the right lane. Kenworthy in the left. Much better launch looking for Kenworthy. Car leaves straight, gets to the finish line first, goes 819 at 164 miles an hour. Kenworthy was 028 on the tree. Darren Buick makes a solid lap. Good enough to get him in the show, goes 857. 155 miles an hour. Now Roger Winter. In the 41 Willys for Jim Winter collectible car appraisals. So Roger Winter, tower side. The 41 Willys. Just under 600 cubic inches. Gonna take on Scott Grant. Scott Grant in the flamed 2001 Camaro you see in the right-hand lane. Wants to thank Bubba's Speed Shop. So Roger Winter, I was going to say lights the pre-stage bulb, but then Scott Grant just rolled right in there and lit up both. So Roger Winter leads the way the whole way down the track, and once again we have two guys that are not yet in the show. Roger Winter went 878. Scott Grant went 886. Again, got to run at least 870 in order to qualify with the Canada West Doorslammers. Now Jason Field and Ray Rusiani. Rusiani for Dexy Paws. Online Pet Supplies. Rusiani in the right lane. 632 cubic inches, both sides of the racetrack. Big block Chevrolets. So trouble for Jason Field, Ray Rusiani on a nice run. How about 836, 161 miles an hour? That'll get him on the sheet. Now Paul Debris Jr. coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. In this very, very cool 66 Valiant. First car I ever had on the road was a 1966 Valiant. Mine had 2 more doors than this one. It was just a slant 6, but it was my first car. Well, first car on the road, that is. So Andy Antle, Paul Debris Jr., Andy Antle in the 2011 Cobalt. You see, tower side of the racetrack in the TCS lane. From Lacklahash, BC. So trouble for Debris Jr. in the right lane. So Andy Antle with a I was going to say trouble-free run, but no, it wasn't that at all. So Cam Shantz makes the burnout, and yeah, he had to shut it off. Sounds like the throttle's wanting to hang open on that thing. He just refired it, and you heard the RPM. So my guess is at this point, they're probably just going to push him back. Terry Davies patiently waiting in the water box in the Lordco lane. So it kind of worked out. Terry likes to keep his burnouts sweet and short, hence why he was allowing Cam to start well ahead of him. Game plan would be that once Cam was backed up almost to the starting line, Terry would start his burnout and keep it on this side of the starting line. Fortunately, he had not yet fired the car, so he's not putting any excess heat into it. So tough break for Shantz and team, but I'm sure they'll take it back to the pit, get it all figured out and ready for Q2. So this will be a single for Terry Langdon Davies. Terry in the right lane. For Langdon Davies Concrete. Terry on a single. Pretty straightforward looking A to B pass for Terry Langdon Davies. How about 8:14, 160 miles an hour. That's going to set up another pair. Steve Morrison. Check out this 69 Charger, tower side. Steve Morrison, owner of Malodin. From Simi Valley, California. So you'll note there's license plates on this Charger, and here he is, ready to try and qualify in a car that requires you to go 870 or quicker in the quarter mile. Now, that's not a problem for Steve. This Charger with license plates will run in the 7s. Dale Grasdale in the right lane. Grasdale leads the way. 0.28 on the tree. 7:01 at a $1.91 for Dale Grasdale. Steve Morrison doesn't get all of it, but he does go 8:16 at 144 miles an hour. More than good enough to put him on the sheet. That'll bring up the next pair. Otto Schulte in the right lane, behind the wheel of his Cobalt, or sorry, his Cavalier. Lane Woolley, Tower Side 1970 Duster. Marcus Family Racing. Schulte, former champion. Couple of 7-second runs. Otto Schulte goes 7:56. Lane Woolley lays down a 7:92. Two more for you. Ken Christensen and Grant Howell. Grant Howell in Fast Orange, his 37 Chevy. Given that the name's Fast Orange, which car do you think that is? Well, that'd be Grant in the right lane. How about 778, 174 miles an hour for Grant Howell. Ken Christensen over here, Tower Side, goes 8:35 at 160 miles an hour to get in the show. Interesting fact about that 72 Chevrolet pickup truck: was once a Pro Mod, campaigned by Joe Delahaye. Now Greg Field and Mark Thompson. Greg Field in that oh so cool 1969 Opel does his long burnout. He'll get himself backed up here very soon. Mark Thompson, wait until he's a little closer. Couple of very unique race cars going to line up beside each other. Mark Thompson in a 1954 Studebaker. Absolutely gorgeous piece over there in the right-hand lane. And Greg Field in his 69 Opel. It started out life as a 69 Opel. Has since been stretched out a little bit to accommodate a Chevrolet big block along with a couple of turbos. Been a little while since Greg has been able to make a full pull down the racetrack. Greg Field forced to pedal it about 200 feet out, then gets back on it, still goes 707, 215 miles an hour. Mark Thompson, not pedaling, goes 744, 183 miles an hour. So listen up, ProMod. ProMod, we're going to give you a 10-minute standby call. ProMod, this is your 10-minute, 20-minute standby call. How about let's have two 10-minute standby calls, and we'll just call it a 20-minute standby call for ProMod. Well, all right. Well, thanks to Bo, I've got some fresh batteries in my microphone. Not exactly sure how long I've been talking to no one, but I am back. So we missed Rob Monroe going down the track, although he didn't really go down the track. Now Mike Bedsworth and Chad Edwin. Chad Edwin in the black Chevrolet S10 over there in the right-hand lane. Wheels up a time or two. Mike Bedsworth. This Oldsmobile works so good. How's 705 at 191 miles an hour sound? Bedsworth, multi-time former champion in this class. That's going to bring up Dale Phillips. And Paul Stretch. Paul Stretch, the reigning champ. Paul Stretch Towerside in that 2002 Chevrolet Cavalier. 638 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. So as mentioned, Paul Stretch, the reigning champ, was also champion in 22 and runner-up 2023. So tough customer in the left lane, no doubt. Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd, BC. The 1967 Shelby. See over there in the right-hand lane. How's about 738, 182 miles an hour for Dale Phillips in the Shelby. Paul Stretch looked to be a little off the pace, 769 at 179 miles an hour. So the run looked good, didn't see anything that appeared to be out of sorts. Just expected it to be a little quicker. Now Dale Jansen. Love this car. Dale Jansen, dairy farmer out of Armstrong, BC, in his 1966 Canzo. 406 cubic inch small block Chevrolet with a Roots blower sitting on top of it. So in the right lane, we've got Jan Christensen behind the wheel of Justin Bonds. top sportsman car. So still waiting on him to roll forward. Not sure if he's having some issues. All right, waiting for the wheelie bar adjustment. So Dale Jansen pre-staged and waiting. Now Jan Christensen in. After all that, Jan Christensen was ready to go. 0-11 on the tree. Leads the way down track. Puts a 766 on the reader board. Dale Jansen goes 799 with a 9. Now Devin Jansen, Dale's son. Devin Jansen, tower side. In the black 1970 Nova. It's going to line up with Poe Freeborn. Freeborn in the right lane. For Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Well, I hate to have to say this, but once again, we are going to have to take a break. Weather induced. So let's remain optimistic that while at this precise moment, it is enough to make us stop racing, but let's hang on to that belief that it won't be enough to actually make things wet. So Thomas immediately jumps in a tractor, the rotator. He's going to go out there and try and maintain the surface while we wait this out. But come on, folks, cross your fingers with me that this is just going to be for a moment or two. So looking out the side window of the tower at Curtis Munson and family on what is probably the coolest golf cart I've ever seen. What is that thing? I'll have to catch up with Curtis later. I've got some questions. So folks, once again, we apologize for another delay, but we kind of do and we kind of don't. Safety is always going to be the #1 priority here at Mission Raceway Park. So in that sense, we're not going to apologize for taking a little break here. So team up with me and cross your fingers really tight, really hard, that this won't be more than just a couple of moments. Well, I see one of the tractors has left the racing service, and
It's literally nothing. Like, scale is just very small. Why do you feel bad just sitting around here? Why do you feel bad?
again, the reports of the odd drop or two are on and off. I think we are very close to picking up the program once again.
I've been sitting around here for the past 3 hours. I know, me too.
So another company to whom we are very grateful for, the Old Car Center. Big thanks to the Old Car Center for backing the passion at Mission Raceway. Whether it's classic cruisers or hot rods, they've been keeping vintage rides alive and looking sharp for decades. Thanks for preserving car culture and supporting the scene from the garage to the grandstands. The Old Car Center, where classics live on. Visit us in Langley or at oldcarcenter.com. And how about Mountain View Harley Davidson? We're revved up with appreciation for Mountain View Harley Davidson and their support of Mission Raceway. Their passion for power, freedom, and the open road is a perfect match for the energy of race day. Thanks for riding with us and backing BC Motorsports community. So if you're at home watching the live feed, what I'm sure is quite obvious to you by this point is the drone is back in action here at Mission Raceway Park for Doorwarz 13. With that, got to give a nice shout out to Still Real Productions. Still Real working with Valley Tech Productions to bring us this weekend's live feed. And I can tell you, it's not just my opinion that some of the best live feeds you'll find anywhere. Right here at Mission Raceway Park. So as you can see, the second tractor has made its way off the race surface. And we have refired our next pair. Devin Jansen and Poe Freeborn. Rolling back into the water. We're going to do this again. Is tower ready? So Devin Jansen, tower side out of Armstrong, BC, in that black 70 Nova. A nitrous-assisted 565 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Gonna take on Poe Freeborn. Poe Freeborn in the right lane. 67 Shelby. 648 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Couple of good looking hits. Just 7 thousandths separated him on the starting line. Poe Freeborn with a better light, 016. Jansen was solid at 023 at the finish line. It was Poe Freeborn arriving first with a 713 at 191 miles an hour. Devin Jansen makes the show with an 862 at 151. So again, got to run 870 or quicker to make the qualifying sheet with the Canada West Doorslammers. So it looks like our final Doorslammer, Rod Leclerc. I think we're going to see a new #1 qualifier here. Rod Leclerc, how about 699? 192 miles an hour for Leclerc on that 67 Camaro. Oh, well, possibly we've got one more car coming. Possibly not. So Rod Leclerc, 101 to the 60-foot. Then 699, 192 miles an hour. Rod Leclerc for Paradise Homes wants to thank Ken Specialty Automotive, his dad Andy, and the crew, Ken Crooks, Curtis Sankey, and Joe Leclerc.
You had 20 minutes
this will be our final entry, going to make a qualifying pass in Doorslammers. Aiden Katnick. So Aiden Katnick coming up now. The 89 Mustang UC in the TCS lane. For Tom Katnick Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. I think it was just a few short days ago. This thing was in many, many pieces. Single turbo combination. Stays hooked up. Off the gas just before half track. All right, everybody, especially those down at the starting line. We've got a little bit of track prep to do before we roll into round 2 of qualifying for the Pro Mods. So listen up, everybody. If you're ever going to be anywhere near the starting line, this is how it works. When the red lights are on, you notice the Christmas tree down there on the starting line. When the red lights are on, that means equipment is on the track and there are to be no people on the track. So the red lights are on. So what we need at this time is for everybody to make their way off the track surface. We need you to be out of the way. Again, Pro Mods coming up next class. There are to be no golf carts left out in front of the tower. Now, if your golf cart is your tow vehicle, that's a little bit different. That golf cart is okay to be there, but please realize just while you're running. So in other words, as soon as you can, we need you to get it out of the way as well. And again, right now, the red lights are on. We need everybody off the track surface. If you're not down there working, you have no reason to be on the track. So Pro Mod round 2 of qualifying. It's going to be the next thing we see go down the track. Going to spend a few minutes working on the track surface, however, before we roll into that. So you do have a couple minutes on your hands. If you would like to whip over to the half-track snack shack, maybe get yourself a little bite to eat, now would be a good time to do that. You can also swing by the pro shop, maybe pick up an event t-shirt, hoodie, what have you.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Pro mods, this is your standby call. Pro mods, standby call.
So track prep coming along quite nicely. I think we can go ahead, make the call now for Pro Mods to start making your way to the staging lanes. Let's get Pro Mods moving. Once again, Pro Mods, this is your call to the lanes. So once again, we'll make another call for Pro Mods. Pro Mods, we need Pro Mods to the staging lanes. Pro Mods, bring them down. Funny how when you call Pro Mods, the X275 guys start showing up, but that's just because they want a good seat to watch the show. So we have made the call for pro mods to the staging lanes. We'll make the call now for Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. Top Fuel Harleys, if you guys want to make a hit, start making your way down to lanes 1 and 2. Top Fuel Harley. This is your call to staging lanes 1 and 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all your patience while we get the track to be its very best. We are ready to go. Here comes qualifying round number 2 for Pro Mods. Here we go. First pair of Q2. Dale Peterson and Nick Duda. Peterson over here tower side. A gorgeous 69 Camaro. Not sure the exact combo between the frame rails, but Dale Peterson, so pretty safe assumption. He's going to have a couple of turbos in play. Thank you. And of course, Nick Duda over in the right lane. He's also a turbo guy. He's got a couple of them attached to that Corvette you see in the right lane. And Nick Duda making his power with a small block Chevrolet, just 393 cubic inches. Both drivers building up some boost, throw it into the beams. So both cars wanting to work their way towards the left. For Duda, that meant center line. For Peterson, that meant wall. Both of them wisely making the decision to try it again a little later on. So Peterson actually does improve. Went 594 in round 1, just went 567 now. Not at all the number that he's looking for. Nick Duda went 408 in Q1, made a full pull, 187 miles an hour. It was a full pull, but not an ideal pull, put it that way. So he will remain in the number 3 position for the time being. Peterson actually moved up 1 position with that run. However, I'm not going to say that that's going to hold on for very long. Here comes Garrett Richards and Ryan Griffin. Garrett Richards, tower side of the racetrack in the TCS lane. Your 2024 Doorwarz champion. Garrett Richards, in fact, a 3-time Doorwarz champion. Won the West Coast Pro Mod Series last year. Now did not make a representative run. Round 1, 571 at just 82 miles an hour. We'll be looking for a big improvement over here in the left lane. So Ryan Griffin currently sits number 8, the final spot on the ladder so far. Builds up a little bit of boost, got to throw it in the beams. Richards again lights up the tires. Ryan Griffin with a nice 396, 202 mile an hour pass down the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. So Ryan Griffin goes from number 8 right on up to number 2. Only the second car so far in qualifying to run in the 3-second zone. So Ryan Griffin goes from the number 8 position all the way to the number 2 position. Coming up next, it's going to be our number 1 qualifier, Ryan Hayward in code blue. That 69 Camaro you see sitting underneath the bridge, right-hand side of the racetrack. Is he talking to me?
Yeah, limited street 1 and 2, and if you didn't call Pro Mod Bike.
So we'll go ahead. Make the call now for Limited Street. Limited Street, we'll put you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Limited Street, this is your call to the lanes. X275, you guys should already be there. We'll go ahead and make the call now for Pro Mod Motorcycle, Pro Mod Bike. This is your call to the lanes. Pro Mod Bike, this is your call to the staging lanes. So one more time, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 275. You guys should be in lanes 5 and 6. If you're not, please make your way there now. Limited Street, we've called you guys to lanes 1 and 2. We've also made the call for Pro Mod Motorcycle. So I remember a little while ago I was talking about what I thought was a very cool golf cart sitting beside the tower. Well, it's down there again, and I actually got a little bit of info on it this time. So unfortunately, we've got to deal with my lousy memory. I can't remember whether he told me it was 1961 or 63, something like that. Early 60s, Taylor and Dunn. Now, I've never heard of a Taylor and Dunn golf cart. Kind of sounds like a country music duo. But if you get a chance, check this thing out. It's actually got a factory ashtray. Here comes Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington. So as I was talking about earlier, Ryan Hayward made the cross-country trip in January to go compete in the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. He ran the U.S. Street Nationals as well as the World Series of Pro Mod. Did very well, to say the least. In fact, this car making its debut was almost beyond belief. Many people have commented they've never seen a car roll out of a shop and be that competitive that quick. Now he's been as quick as 3:59. Looking very much forward to what they can produce here at Mission Raceway. So he was going to have Dave Kowalski running beside him, but it has since become a single. So Pro Charge combo in the right-hand lane. Hayward drives through the shake. How about 385? 201 miles an hour. So that shake definitely took a little fun out of the run, no doubt. 0.946 to the 60-foot. 261 to the 330, so that number is well off of his first run numbers. And the end result, a 385, 201 mile an hour pass. Still good enough for the number one qualifying position if he didn't already have it with his earlier 373. So here comes two more. Dakota Jake. Dakota Jake coming at you left side of the racetrack. Jake Skosilis. No, Skosilis. I'm going to try it one more time. The more often I say it right, the easier it'll come out of my mouth. Jake Skosilis out of Surrey, BC in the 27 Corvette. Tower side of the racetrack. Going to line up beside Dave Mendez. Mendez out of Tulane, Oregon. And that 2025 Challenger. Well, I know it can't be a 2025 because the car's been around for a few years. So Mendez in the right lane with a Noonan combo between the frame rails. Twin turbo. The Goblin, car built by RPM Roll Bar, just outside of Portland in Oregon. Skosilis on and off the gas a few times, pedals it. Dave Mendez goes 4 seconds exactly, 4.007, 192 miles an hour over there in the Lordco lane. It's going to be good enough for the number 3 spot. So slowly improving. They went 4:07 on the first pass, now 4 seconds flat. Look for something in the 3-second zone next time we see them come out. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Skosilis ran into a whole bunch of tire shake, breaking the thing loose, just could not get it to work on that run. And that's going to do it for round 2 of Pro Mod qualifying here, all part of Doorwarz 13 at Mission Raceway Park. And with that said, we go to Top Fuel Harley Davidson. We're going to start off with a couple of big-time players. Nate Gagnon coming up. Tower side of the racetrack on Sonic. Nate from the island, Qualicum, BC. Was the 2012 World Champ. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. And Austin Christopher in the right-hand lane. Austin Christopher, young rider who has shown a seemingly never-ending level of talent. Ron Howney over there in the right lane. Fast lane racing. Howney, multi-time champion in this class. Still out here acting as crew chief, but he gave the nod to Austin Christopher, said that's the guy I want on my bike. Check it out, wheels up, both sides, up to the 8th mile. Austin Christopher with a full pull over there in the right lane. How about 650, 214 miles an hour. Good look and run for fast lane racing over there in the right lane. Nate Gagnon was looking good early. Was 294 to the 30-foot mark. Got off the gas just before half track, had to let it coast from there. But some good early numbers. So Austin Christopher once again. Full pull over there in the right lane. 114 to the 60-foot mark at the 8th mile. 427 at just under 200 miles an hour. And through the finish line, 650 at 214. So big shout out going to Great White North, Redline Oil, Radar Collision, Lordco Auto Parts, Coldwater Spirits, Heidelberg Construction, and CarStar. That's going to bring up Damian Cowden and Jim Schellenberg. So Cowden's bike might sound just slightly different than the other bikes. He runs a little screw blower on that thing. Three-time CMDRA champion. Wants to thank Parker Johnston, along with Maxim Insurance. Jim Schellenberg, Towerside for Rip It Up Racing. And we have fire, both bikes. Now again, these bikes initially are fired up with the rider standing off to the side. Well, reason being is that they burn nitromethane, and when things aren't 100% right with nitro, especially when you're starting a motor on nitro, well, sometimes bad things can happen, and as a rider, you don't want to be anywhere near it should something go wrong. So they fire the bike, then get off. Just makes sense. So Damian Cowden in the right lane. Jim Schellenberg in the left. Both bikes pre-staged. Cowden's in, waiting on Schellenberg. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Wow, great looking run to the 8th mile for Damian Cowden. Well, maybe not. Looked faster than I thought. 423 at 154 to the 8th mile, off the gas and coasting from there on in. Went 111 to the 60-foot. Jim Schellenberg was hauling for about the first 3 feet. Then lit up the rear tire. It was kind of over after that. So that's going to do it for the Top Fuel Harleys. We'll now run Pro Mod Bike. First pair in the water. Just waiting for the go-ahead signal from race director Wally DePerrin. So we got the all clear from safety. Here comes first pair of Pro Mod bike. Steve Abusini out of Surrey, BC. Aboard Phoenix for PRP Automotive. 2003 Honda, at least that's what it started out life as. Matt McKay Smith in the right lane. Aboard a 2023 Suzuki. Matt Smith out of Merritt. 4-time CMDRA champ. Also a former Pro Mod bike champ. Well, that didn't go as planned for either rider. Matt McKay Smith not really willing to give up on it very easily. Two more bikes in the water getting ready to go. Glenn Fraser and Jeff Petrie. So we'll make another call for Limited Street. Limited Street, we need you in the lanes. If you're not there, it's where you need to be. Limited Street. This will be your final call to the lanes. Now we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and make the call now for No Time Index to lanes 3 and 4. No Time Index. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. One more time, No Time Index. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So again, just to recap, No Time Index, we need you to 3 and 4. We have made the final call for Limited Street. Limited Street, you need to be in the lanes. All right, burnouts are done. Glenn Fraser and Jeff Petrie. Jeff from way up north in Yellowknife. Been racing with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association for 17 years. Well, I'm going to say neither rider making a full pull, but pretty close. They're both on and off the gas a couple of times. Glenn Fraser goes 11-12 at 141 miles an hour. Jeff Petrie goes 798 at 147 miles an hour. Now Matt Atkinson is going to be making a pass on his Pro Mod motorcycle 2013 Kawasaki. Matt Atkinson from Centralia, Washington. Gives up on the run pretty early. So hopefully they'll be able to sort out whatever issues they are having with that Kawasaki and make a representative pull on the next hit. So we've got all of our X275 cars in the staging lanes along with limited 275.
What's going on, guys?
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in the factory, built for the road.
And Jordan Brandon. Couple of very pretty Camaros. Predator, the name of the car in the left lane. Side Money, the name of the car in the right lane. Couple of Albertans, Chris Gould. From Spruce Grove, Jordan Brandon from Sherwood Park. Chris Gould. Most recently, won a West Coast Grudge event in Seattle just a few weekends back. Oh, yeah. 2 full pulls side by side. How about Jordan Brandon going 428 at 171 miles an hour. Nice looking run over in the right lane for Jordan Brandon. Chris Gould goes down the track side by side, hung with him almost the whole way, ends up 433 at 163 miles an hour. So had that been an actual race, it would have been a whole shot win for Chris Gould. The slower ET arrived first at the finish line. So I mentioned Chris Gould went to the final round and won at the most recent West Coast Grudge event in Seattle. Well, Justin Gallant was the guy in the other lane. Had to settle for the runner-up position in Little Bruiser. No doubt he'll be out for revenge here this weekend at Doorwarz 13. Right now he's going to line up with John Cuglietta. Cuglietta out of Parkland, Alberta. And that gold-colored 2004 Mustang you see in the right-hand lane. 427 cubic inch LS power plant. Both cars turbo assisted. Again, side by side, full pulls. Justin Gallant goes 428 with an 8. Settle for second spot because we just saw Jordan Brandon go 428 with a 1. Wow. So just 7 thousandths of a second will separate these two guys. So Jordan Brandon was already our #1 qualifier. He improved his position. So far, Jordan Brandon will remain #1. Justin Gallant stepped up to take the #2 spot so far. Do believe Cuglietta will wind up sitting 4th or 5th with that pass. Chris Gould will be sitting #3 for now with his 4:33. So Eric McCarthy and Justin Collin ready to do battle here in round #2 of qualifying. Well, that's not good. Justin Collin giving the right-hand wall a little rub. Eric McCarthy made a full pull in the left lane, or the TCS lane, 455 at 161 miles an hour. So Justin Collin looks like he has come to a stop. Safety's going to just check him out, give him a hand exiting the track. We'll have a look at the wall, make sure nothing moved. Fortunately, it did not appear to be a very hard hit, the contact that we saw. But with safety being the #1 priority, we're absolutely going to have a look before we continue. So tough break for Justin Collin. Hopefully, the damage would be just cosmetic, and we'll see him come back for more. So just watching the replay here on the live feed, did not look to be too serious. He was already kind of gathering it up and getting it to pull away for the wall when the rear of the car just kind of wagged over there and brushed the wall a little bit. So, like I said, hopefully it's just cosmetic, and we will see him back out here for the next round of qualifying. So we get the all clear signal. Starter gives the go ahead to fire the next pair. And that's what we're going to do. Bob Cook and Bray King. Again, a couple of Albertans. Bray King over in the right-hand lane out of Springbrook, Alberta. 2000 Mustang. Gorgeous car over there, Lordco side of the racetrack. Bob Cook and his very cool 93 F-150. We've not yet had an up-close look at this pickup truck, so don't really have any precise info on the combo, but based on how much noise it made during the burnout, I can tell you this much, it's not a turbo deal. Again, based on the lack of hood scoop, I'm going to say Pro Charger. Bray King with a nice looking pass over there in the Lordco lane. How about 476, 146 miles an hour? Bob Cook struggles for traction. Made it about 10 feet or so before he lit up the rear tires. So now we'll line up Parm Jawanda and Mandy Brooks. Parm in the black Mustang, Tower side. Out of Surrey, BC. The Jawanda Motorsports, aptly named Night Shift. So Mandy Brooks, 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet with a whole bunch of nitrous. Jawanda makes a move towards the wall, sorry. Forced to get out of it. Mandy Brooks makes a nice full pull. How about 468, 153 miles an hour for Mandy Brooks? So huge improvement for Mandy Brooks. That's going to move her up the ladder. At least a few spots. Coming up next, a single, Jeff Whitworth for Precise Mechanical. So Joanna on a good looking run early. Forced to get out of it. Say just a little ahead of the 330 foot mark. Is the car moving towards the wall. So he'll come back a little later and try it again. He did actually improve from his earlier 593 down to a 561. Now Daniel Rodrigue. Rodrigue was off the gas very early in Q1. Oh, hopefully they were able to gather some good information and make the necessary adjustments. Dan Rodrigue behind the wheel of the Boo. Well, that's better. How about a 448 at 157 miles an hour? I believe that's going to put him in position number 4, possibly somewhere around there. So nice run for Dan Rodrigue, and look who we have here. Peter Lacanis. Missed Q1, but he's up here for Q2. So Lacanis family last year making the decision to step aside from Doorslammers action and try their hand at heads-up racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. One more time. Attention in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. So Peter Lacanis goes 541, 138 miles an hour. That'll put him on the sheet. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We have a racer in need. I don't know if you've been watching, but we got that Charger here from California, like a 69 Charger, running with the Doorslammers this weekend. Super, super cool car. So he's got a fairly good supply of fuel, but he believes he is going to run a little bit short. So he's actually looking for 5 to 10 gallons of methanol. So anybody running on alcohol, if you could spare 5 or 10 gallons, that would be hugely appreciated, given the fact that he's going to go home to California. He doesn't want to buy a whole drum and have to deal with, you know, all of that. So if anybody's got 5 or 10 gallons of methanol that they could spare, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, if you know the car I'm talking about, he's pitted kind of in the middle of the pits at the crossroad. If you can't find him, just come on up here to the tower and we will make sure to figure it all out for you. So Jason Gagnon goes 561 off the gas, coasting 106 miles an hour. So it looks like that's going to do it for another round of X275. Should have limited 275 coming around the corner. No time index. You guys should be in the lanes. Top comp, you guys should be on your way. I just called you. And following top comp, we're going to see the Hard Knox Stunt team putting on a show for us. Here comes the first pair in Limited Street. So Brad Thomas and Matt Robert make up our first pairing. Wow. Check out the S10 in the right lane, goes 550 at 134 miles an hour. What I loved was the stance of that thing going down the track. Lots of weight transfer happening there, no doubt. So Matt Robert in the S10 goes 550. Brad Thomas, the 91 Mustang, also goes 550. Identical ETs to the Hun. So a slight improvement, a couple hundredths of a second for Matt Robert. Brad Thomas improves by a couple of tenths. Now Josh Collin and Josh Hendrick. Battle of the Joshes. Josh Hendrick in the right lane from right here in Mission. Collin out of Calgary, Alberta, behind the wheel of the wagon. So Josh Hendrick on a nice run goes 566, 123 miles per hour. So improves by almost a half second over his earlier 612. According to my Q1 sheet, Josh Collin did not go down the track at Q1. So Vanessa Richards and Brad Thomas now. Vanessa Richards, one of the cars featured on this weekend's event t-shirt. Vanessa Richards was our winner last year. So Vanessa in the left lane, out of Kelowna. Brad Thomas in the right lane out of Squamish. Couple of Mustangs. Only 2 years apart, but different gens. So Thomas in the turbo car goes, wow, 507, 137 miles an hour. So Brad Thomas straight to the top of the sheet. He was sitting number 5, but goes straight to the top on that one. So Vanessa had a little glitch on the starting line, then finally decided to go, was getting data, however, timed out before she got to the finish line, so she won't receive those numbers. Looks like this will be our final runner for this second round of qualifying for Limited Street. Tej Saga in the right lane. How about 534, 123 miles an hour? That'll most certainly work. Now, no time again. So with another round of Limited 275 in the books, let's roll into No Time Index. So very interesting class, new class for us here at Mission Raceway. Somewhat of a an experimental class, if you will. So will take place on an instant green tree. So no yellows. Driver will stage the car very shortly thereafter. He'll get the green light, which will be his signal to go, but you have no idea when that's coming. Then we make qualifying runs. And once qualifying is complete, what we'll do up here in the tower is take your best qualifying effort, and that'll be your number, your dial, if you will, for rolling into eliminations. Now, we'll know what that is, but the drivers won't. So somewhat of a blind index class, if you will. Nobody gets to see their slips. The fact that it is competed on a instant green tree is kind of the equalizer. Next pair coming at you. Gord Hidber in the right-hand lane. 63 Chevy 2 from way up north in Prince Rupert. Wants to thank Story Excavation and Big Dog Disposal. Reese Piccarello, tower side of the racetrack. The nitrous assisted 55 Chevrolet. A big cubic inch small block Chevy. Looked like Reese kind of had the right idea, threw it in there a little deep and dirty, but then hesitated a little before he left. So as I was saying, the instant green tree is what's going to act as the equalizer in this class. Not one car will actually be able to cut a competitive light on that tree. Now there's plenty of things that as a driver you can do to improve on that time, and well, the easiest thing to do is not stage it shallow. You're going to want to throw it in there a little derp, a little deep, a little dirty. And what I mean by that, for the most part in bracket racing, what drivers are trying to do is stage the car in the exact same place every time. And the only way you can do that is to do what we call staging it shallow, just barely lighting the light. Once you move beyond that, you really have no way to figure out where you are. But in a class like this, it's pretty loose. You're going to want to chuck it in there deep. Which will improve on your reaction time, but it'll cut away at your ET. Sean Martin rolls up in the left lane. Martin out of Kelowna. A Pontiac Grand Prix. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Starter Pat Stewart gives him the shut her down signal. He's leaving some fluids. The good news there is, well, we caught it just in time. Well, and when they reach for the drain pan, it's more than just a couple of drops. So I'm going to say, just based on what I'm seeing right now, we are going to have to take a little break in the action. Once we get this leak contained, we'll then get Sean Martin moved out of the way and clean up whatever mess we're left to deal with. So we've got Sean's Pontiac pushed out of the way. His crew down there assessing what has gone wrong. Starting line crew with a little cleanup on their hands in the left lane. So it looks like we've got things cleaned up down there on the starting line, which would mean we're going to move on to the next pair. Jason Mercer and Bobby Ehlers. Jason Mercer in another borrowed car, but it's not Kevin McCauley's. It's Craig Johnson's Cutlass. Bobby Ehlers, tower side. His 89 Mustang. LS powered. He wastes no time chucking it in there deep. So again, I am looking at the numbers, but I cannot share them. So Jay Graw and Steve Sheffer now. Steve Sheffer in the right lane behind the wheel of a 69 Firebird. Jay Graw and his 81 Z28. Both cars sporting 406 cubic inches of small block Chevy. Scott Kalitichuk and Dave Shirk. Dave Shirk in the right lane for Bubba's Speed Shop. Wants to thank his brother Derek. So Adam DeYoung and Trevor Kinsey going to make up our first pair in this second round of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers. Trevor Kinsey once again lights up the tires on the starting line. Adam DeYoung, how about 005 for a leave? Yes, that will certainly work. 5:26, 130 miles an hour for Adam DeYoung in the Artex Racing 67 Camaro. That'll bring up Matt Marshall and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson over there in the Lordco lane, right-hand side of the racetrack. The black and red 1994 Chevrolet Beretta. That car has a long history of winning in numerous classes, including the Doorslammers. Won a Doorslammers championship back in the day when Zach Clark campaigned this car. Has won another Doorslammers championship with Scott Robinson behind the wheel. So Matt Marshall, Tower side. The West Fraser Concrete 1970 Nova out of Hazelton, BC. Matt Marshall, 002 on the starting line. Nice job there. Robinson turning it just slightly red. Robinson to the stripe first, goes 488, 142 miles an hour. Now here I am saying I'm talking about Doorslammers qualifying. Well, that's because most of these cars run in the Doorslammers category as well, but we're actually in top comp. So I catch on. It just takes me a little while. So Mike Kenworthy and Andy Hatton now. Another pair of regulars from the Doorslammers class. Kenworthy Tower side in his Firebird, Andy Hatton spectator side in his Camaro. So Andy Hatton in the Grinch goes 5:24. Mike Kenworthy 5:21. Now side-by-side dragsters. Got the long burnouts done. Colton Morin and Logan Bell. Logan Bell in the right lane out of Courtney, BC. Colton Morin, the hometown kid from right here in Mission. So if you're in the market for a dragster, go see Colton, as this car is for sale. Hey, listen up, ProMods. ProMods, this is your 20-minute standby call. 20-minute standby call going out to ProMods. ProMods, please get ready to go. This is your 20-minute standby call. So again, Colton Morin, Tower side, Logan Bell, spectator side. Dragster versus Doorcar. Jeremy Soares versus Mike Lucas. Mike Lucas. That's better for Mike Lucas. 006 to start things off. 472 at the finish line. Lucas had some issues on the first qualifier, did not get a respective run. Made up for it there. Jeremy Soares goes 460 with a 0 and another 0. Now Paul Soares and James Kennedy. So Jeremy's dad, Paul, now coming at you left side of the racetrack in the blue and black 55 Chevy. James Kennedy in his Pontiac Grand Am. Three bulbs lit. Waiting for Soares to light the fourth. There it is. .452, 154 miles an hour for James Kennedy. Paul Soares with the car, wanting to work towards the wall. Drives through it and puts 475 up there on the reader board. 3 Soares family members in a row, left side of the racetrack. Now Brody in the Chevy Cavalier. Gonna line up beside Emma Debris-Coos. Emma behind the wheel of the Debris family racing dragster. Emma leaving a little bit early, Brody leaving a little bit late. Reaction times don't matter in qualifying, however. So Brody Soares with the better number, 493 at 141. Emma Debris-Coos goes 540 at 128. That'll bring up Dale Phillips and Aaron Young. Aaron Young. Aaron Young out of Chetwynd, BC. For anybody interested, Aaron, in this case, spelled E-R-I-N. The Mustang beats the dragster to the top end, 470 to a 508. Now Jan Christensen will line up with Rod Leclerc. Rod Leclerc. One of the quicker regular runners with the Canada West Doorslammers. Rod Leclerc for Paradise Homes. Been racing with the Canada West Doorslammers for the past 10 years. Jan Christensen. Got a fleet of race cars here this weekend. So Rod Leclerc goes 441, 157 miles an hour at the 8th. Jan Christensen with a 452, 151 miles an hour. So Emily Gerard now in the black dragster. Well, that didn't work. Instantly lit up the rear tires. So, a little treat coming up for you. The Hard Knox Stunt Show. Hard Knox Stunt Team. Going to put on a little show for us. They are part of Doorwarz 13. You can see Gaston Morrison, Jay Gree, Trevor, Shelby Moreau, Arlana Green, Cassandra Ebner, Allison Pickett, now, these guys are going to do stuff that would pretty much be impossible for most of the rest of us. They're going to come out here and make it look really easy. So all eyes back here on the starting line. Just have a look underneath the bridge. The Hard Knox Stunt Team coming at you.
Emily's dad's like, I just need 60 feet.
Here we go, folks. Wow, check it out. So they're literally coming within a couple of feet of each other. Nice job, boys. So that would have been Gaston, Jay, Trevor, and Shelby. Now we're going to see Arlana, Cassandra, and Allison. Wow. Now it looks like, well, it might look like to you like they're just getting lucky. But it's actually a whole bunch of skill. With a little bit of planning and maybe a little bit of good luck too. Nicely done. Now some precision parking skills. All right, folks, let's give them a hand. The Hard Knox Stunt Team. Great job, you guys. That was pretty awesome. So once again, let's put our hands together for the Hard Knox Stunt Demo Team. We just saw Gaston Morrison, Jay Gree, Shelby Moreau, Trevor, Arlana Green, Cassandra Epner, and Allison Pickett. Now we can give them a wave goodbye as they make their exit. Great job to everybody involved. Impressive to say the very least. Well, one more time, how about a little hand for the Hard Knox Stunt Team? Great job, great job. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Pro Mods, let's get you rolling. Pro Mods, we need Pro Mods to the staging lanes, please. Pro Mods, come on down. And we're going to put Canada West Doorslammers along with Top Fuel Harleys and Pro Mod Bike on a standby call. So Canada West Doorslammers, Top Fuel Harley Davidsons, and Pro Mod Motorcycle, this is your standby call. Please start getting ready to go. Your call will be coming up shortly. Pro Mods, we need you to the lanes. Pro Mods, come on down. So we have made the call for Pro Mods to the lanes. Pro Mods, we need you in staging lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, please be ready to go. You're on standby. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons, please be ready to go. You're on standby. And Pro Mod Bike, please be ready to go, because you're on standby as well.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
So go ahead and make the call now for Top Fuel Harleys. Top Fuel Harleys, you guys can start making your way to lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 for Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. So we got our Pro Mods just about ready to go. They are rolling forward. Qualifying round number 3. So with the weather delays and so forth that we have had so far, if you've been checking out the run orders on the time slip app, well, you would have noticed that we had planned for 4 qualifiers. However, I think it is pretty safe to say at this point that, well, that's not going to happen. So this, in all likelihood, will be the final round of qualifying for Pro Mods here at Doorwarz 13. So round 3 of Pro Mod qualifying coming up here momentarily. So after 2 rounds of qualifying, this would be your qualifying order. At the top of the sheet, Ryan Hayward. Up at the top all by himself with a 3.73 second run at 212 miles per hour. In the number 2 spot, Ryan Griffin with a 396. Those are our 2 3-second cars so far. Dave Mendez just missed the party. Went 4 seconds exactly. In the number 4 spot, Nick Duda with a 408. Behind him in the number 5 position, Dave Kowalski with a 414. Jake Skokolis with a 481, currently sits number 6. Dale Peterson sits number 7 with a 567. And rounding out the sheet, last year's winner, Garrett Richards, has yet to make a respective pass. We'll see if they get it down the track this time in Q3. Hey, listen up, Canada West Doorslammers. You guys are done for the evening. We were hoping to sneak you in one more time. However, it does not appear as though that's going to be a possibility. So you guys can light the barbecue, maybe crack open a beverage, whatever you'd like to do. But you will not be getting another qualifier tonight. Well, as I'm sure you can see, we pulled the first pair up, got them sitting underneath the bridge, and once again, we're kind of holding off a little bit. So we are getting some reports of light sprinkles here and there. As we always do, we're going to err on the side of safety. We got the tractor out there continuously dragging, trying to keep things in the best shape as possible. Looks like Larry's ready to go check into Hotel Strel. No.
John, that's going to be it. That's going to be all. We're track temp's just getting too cold and it's going to take too long here, even if it does stop. So we're not going to risk it for tonight. Okay, yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, it's my job to deliver the bad news as well as the good. We are throwing in the towel. As we are in this little holding pattern, things are just getting worse and worse. We're losing about a degree per minute, track temperature-wise, so it's just getting colder and colder, wetter and wetter. And we got pro mods in the lanes. We're just not going to risk it. So the decision has been made that we are going to call it a night. So racers and fans, want to thank you very, very much for coming out tonight to day one of Doorwarz 13. We hope that it's in your plans to come on back tomorrow and or Sunday. We'd love to have you. Once again, thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We hope to see you back here tomorrow or Sunday, preferably both of those days. So safe travels home to everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.